All right, let's go. So I think I'm gonna leave the boss a little bit this time. I made some graphics for a new attack. I think I'm gonna add I'm gonna experiment a little bit with the combat mechanics. Just because, you know, before designing the boss and before doing all that, it feels like I'm gonna sort of iterate on it anyway later. So what I'm thinking is can just go over here maybe, or maybe over here, just to sort of experiment with the combat a little bit. And the first thing that I'm gonna do is I am going to create a charge attack. So I'm gonna have a new animation, charge attack. Yeah, just charge attack for now. And this is gonna be 64 by 32. Oops. Okay, this is not correct. I need to redo this a little bit. Yeah. I need to redo the graphics a little bit here. Right, so it starts. This one seemed correct. Here, these 4. The next one, there's 4. Yeah, that seems correct though. But maybe this starts at a weird offset. 4, 4, 4, 4. Oh, I see. I need to move it over by 2, I think. And then you will also match up there. Right. Felt like it was only 1, but I guess we'll see. Okay, yeah. So we start here. Yeah. That's sort of the charge attack. Let's look at the timing of the normal attack. This one. So it's 0.50 of the base duration. I'm thinking maybe this could get sort of more time. And we lower the total time. Maybe. Something like that. Now this one, total duration 350, 360. Yeah. All right. Yeah. That's fine. I'm not gonna sit here and try and perfect it. The last one is like longer as well. 02. Well, 3 times longer. I don't think it really matters that much for this one. I just wanted this to be longer so it can sort of see the impact. All right. So we have a charge attack now. Do we want to create animations for like character and stuff as well? Probably. Yeah. So charge attack. Char for character. It's these ones. So we start at that, goes up. So we should have the same base here. 04. Right. But then it's like the first is gonna be double. Because there's 2 frames where the sword is in this position. And then 2. Starts at 08. S. 3. No. 3. 120. And 280. So 160. There we go. Yeah. That should be it. Save. Right. Oh, I see. Wait. Yeah, there's one more here, so we'll do 2 there. There we go. All right. So we got the sword and the character. Now we need the shield, attack, arm. No, wait, version 2 shield. All right, we'll just use the same one for this. It's basically gonna be the same. Yeah, that's fine. All right, so now we have the animation. Let's go to the game code. All right. Player component. Here we are. So we need some sort of charge state, I think. Maybe. Well, maybe not. I think the charge should be a separate thing, maybe. I mean, let's just make it super simple. I'm just gonna add a bool. Is charging. And what we can say also is like can charge. So the idea is I would have a function that says, okay, when can we charge? we'll start there. Now we need to go to, well, we need we need like a charge time, so we need like charge start time. Right, and now we can say like is charge full. If we are charging at charge time, so we need t as well. If t minus charge time is greater than or equal to charge time, which I'm gonna say, I don't know, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Maybe it's too much. We'll tweak it. Right. We can also get charge ratio, because I think I'm gonna draw this as a bar at first. Alright, we'll add start charge. That's gonna set that to t. Here we're gonna say we'll return, so its minimum gonna be 1, and then it's gonna be dt over charge time. Alright. So I mean, we could say draw debug charge bar. So we have the ratio. Actually, we'll say if is charging. If we're not charging, then we just return. Otherwise, we import this, and this will be charge bar. And the hitbox, or hitbox, the rectangle, is gonna be actually, we would need like register for this. So let's get the player body. And this is gonna be, let's take this, or we start at the center there. We'll take the player width times 20%, and then the height is gonna be like I don't know, 4. Okay, that's this. That's gonna be like dark blue or something, I don't know. Yeah, and then we'll have charge bar fill. Rectangle solid, which is gonna be blue, I guess. Yeah, and we need rect fill. So this is gonna be interesting. This is gonna be like rect sender, but we need to detract fill width is gonna be something. So fill width is gonna be rect width times the ratio, but then we also remove like 4 pixels. So that's the width. And so the position here is going to be fill width over 2, I think, because that will shift it over to the left. No, wait, this is actually center left, right? And then we add this, yeah, right? That's the position. Whoops. All right, it's minimal true. And the size is gonna be fill width and 2, I think. And then I think we need this 6. Okay, we'll start there. So now we can draw. Now we can see the debug, the bar. We can get the ratio, we can start the charge, we can check if we can charge, we check if the charge is full. So I'm just gonna implement a way to start this charge attack. We're gonna have charge as a command. And that is gonna be over here. So this is gonna be right face. I mean, it's gonna be right face. It's gonna be the same as attack, I think. Yeah. But let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be the same as like it doesn't make sense to have its own thing. Let's just undo this. All right. is attack input on, but however, we also have is charge input on, charge attack, which is not consuming this. It's gonna be this raw input on. So what we'll do is we'll have a function is continuously on. We don't need this doesn't need to be mutable. And we just return raw input on. There. That goes through like the mapping system, so we'll check. Raw input is basically, you know, A, B, X, Y, and so on. Except it's sort of like generalized here as well. All right. So this one is continuously on attack. All right. Now, anytime we can attack, we can also charge, I'm gonna say. So if attack input is on, however, now it's gonna be a bit weird, because if you hold down, it's like you have to wait one frame now to see if you released it. So instead of checking if attack input is on, we need to sort of see that, okay, was it on last frame? And there should be a little bit of a timer then that is like, okay, when should the charge attack start? How many frames do we need to wait for the charge attack to be active? I think if you hold down attack and then release, it's gonna be some kind of attack coming out, perhaps. So if you mash it, that's gonna be a sequence of attacks. If you hold it, it's gonna charge, release, attack. And if you have not charged enough, then it's gonna be just a normal attack. But if you charge enough, it's gonna be a charged attack. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. So we actually don't need to check if attack input. Well, we need to have this to be able to say, okay, when does it start? When is the attack like first pressed? And then there should be some sort of threshold timer for the charge. No, we don't need a threshold timer if we just attack when we release, I guess. But we do need some way of saying, okay, was the attack button released this frame? Check if a gamepad button has been released once. That seems like a edge detection to me. So we could have that as well. Released. I mean, I guess we only need the on, and then we can make our own Right, this is like if it's on this frame. This is if it's on at all. This is if it's released. Let's call this the same thing. Down, pressed. Yeah, and down as well. Right, so we'll remove this and check is down instead. Okay, so is down. We're gonna capture this. However, this uses the array-lib sort of edge detection here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna just make my own thing here. So is raw input down, and this will all be down now instead. Okay. So is down, is raw input down. Was pressed or was down. All right, so we'll have this raw input type. If it was down, and if it is down. So we have our state now. We're querying the current state of the inputs. And so if And so basically, yeah, we just set so is down, set is down. Should just be set to that. Set is pressed. Should be if it's down and it was not down. Released should be if it's not down and it was down. Okay, so now we should just it's just gonna update all the states that we need, and we can check for ourselves with our own system now, like if something was released. Okay. Yeah, and we also have these consume functions that will sort of change the state as well, like consume the state, so the next one that's looking at it will not do multiple actions each frame. Okay, so now what? Well, we probably have a bunch of issues. Let's see. Okay, so that was the only issue. Okay. Is charge input on if it is okay, but then we also have consume is released attack. Is attack input released? Right. So this one consumes is pressed. That is pressed state. While so that's different from release. So that those are different. So we should be able to consume both of them and not have them sort of interfere with each other. All right. So now instead of checking if the attack input is on, we're gonna check if the attack input is released. Okay. And depending on the type of attack you want to do, if you're charging, and so it's like if we are charging, and well, I guess we can check if charge is charge full, then we'll do a charge attack. Otherwise, I guess we'll continue doing these things. Yeah, and there we have, like, we're setting animation. Yeah, so I guess we will just add an attack type here. Charge. Charge. Attack. Where is the animation used? Oh, over there. Oh, it's the duration, I see. Charge attack, okay. How much, what was it called? Was it charge attack? Yeah, charge attack. Alright. I just need to be a couple of seconds here. I'll be right back. All right. Just log on here. Okay, so Charge attack. That should be fine. Oh. Alright. No field member named. Get all duration in. Oh. Or else unreachable. Does that work? Apparently. Alright. If it's released, we do the thing. Well, we also have is charge attack on. And I also want to add if attack input is on. So that means basically it's the first frame for when the charge. So we will say start charge. And I guess if we can charge, we'll check as well. If we can't charge, if the attack is on, charge is on, we start the charge. Next turn, the attack input is not on anymore because, yeah, that check if it's pressed. So then it doesn't go in here. Then we're checking, okay, instead, are we releasing? If we are, then we're checking, okay, is the charge full? Then we do a charge attack. If it's not full, we do a normal attack. Well, okay, we have this combo thing here, but yeah, we just set the attack type, I guess, to charge. And depending on the chart, different types of attack, we change the state here, we set the attack type. Alright. Then there should be, is it in here where we update animation and sounds? So if the state is attack, we need to add a charge case here now. And we're gonna okay, I think I'll fix this pattern here, but I'm just gonna add this here. Now for the character, it's gonna be charge attack char. For the sword, it's gonna be charge attack. And these two are gonna be kept the same. Okay, that's the animation part. Do we have anything else? No. Oh yeah. Also, like when you start the charge, the player's animation should probably be changed maybe to like holding the weapon down or something like that. Like if we are actually, like if we're not attacking but we are sort of charging, like here for example, instead of doing we'll see. Maybe not. Well, we can do it later. It's not really that important right now. Okay, so that's the animation. So technically now we should do the actual attack. But maybe there are cases we need to fix. Well, let's just see if we can run this and try it. Right. Yeah, so the attacks feel a little bit different now, because they don't happen like immediately. You have to... Well, maybe we'll make it so that you do an attack, but you do an attack and then you start to charge. Yeah, I think I like that. So then we'll check here, like if is attack input on or we are released. Well, okay, if the attack input is on, we do a normal attack. The charge is never gonna be full anyway. So we won't get into here. We only get in here if we release. But we don't wanna... I guess we don't want to do a normal attack if we release now in that case. If we are released and we do this, we do a charge, else if it's not released. So it only happens on the pressed. And the same thing here. Yeah. Just so you don't, press the button, release, that's gonna execute 2 attacks. Now it's just executing 1 attack when you press. Or not. Now I can't do anything. What's happening? Oh, because it goes into here, okay. Instead of going in here. Right. So I think what we'll do is we'll remove this if we'll move this in here. If we can charge and this is the first time and we're charging, else if not is charge, if this is off, then is charging should be, this should be stop charge. Okay, there we go. Now we're back to the same kind of feeling. Although I can't press jump for some reason. Well, it might have something to do with changing the inputs things before. Let's see. Jump. I don't see anything weird about this. The only thing is, like, we changed how this worked, but it does work for attack, so I'm not sure why it doesn't work for jump. Space doesn't work either. I mean, this is all generic. It works for attacks. I don't know why doesn't it work for... jump. It's never true. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Set is pressed. If if it's currently down and was not down before. Right. Let's check the attack again. So let's do. Right, we've on and released and charge. But the thing is, it does go in here. And if we run and I hold it, it works. I mean, it could be that we're consuming it. Maybe consume, activate. But that's a different button though. Set is row pressed. Row pressed equals row pressed. Row down. Row down. Set is row down. Row released. Set is row released. Row released is released. Consume is pressed. Set is pressed. Set is row pressed. Set is down, set is row down. Set is released, set is row released. Is released, is row released. Is down, is row down. Consume is released, set is released, is released. This seems to all check out. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right face down. Yeah. Alright, we'll streamline this a little bit. For these sort of basic actions, is okay. Wait, is pressed? Yeah. I mean, it should be pressed at some point. Yeah, because we have on and then we have continuously on, which is handled over here. Yeah. So but this is never on. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we can log out the whole thing. Well, let's only do it for jump. Actually, let's do this. Pressed, released. And I will also say We don't have combo. I mean, we can just add it. Combo. I think it's because we only added stuff that had like that excuse me, that needed to check like pressed. Yeah, just make sure this all works. The combo doesn't work either. Okay. Right, so here we can see that down is actually true. And what's down is true. I mean, at some point we should see it's down true, was down false. No? Okay, so it's down false. Okay, so they both turned true for some reason at the same time. Okay, interesting. Right, so there might be an issue, like, okay, I see. There could be an issue here where if you have several buttons mapped to the same thing, like cancel, right? So it goes through cancel probably first and then goes down to jump. So cancel gets the thing. Okay. Right. So what we will do is, okay, I'm probably sure that's the issue. So, right. Now what we could do is create a list that is unique to the raw inputs. We could just go through all the raw inputs instead. I guess that's fine. So now we're sure that none of those are, you know, accidentally set by something else. There we go. Oh, we got some weird glitch, graphical glitch there. I think I need padding on the sprites as well. Okay, yeah, the padding, I'm probably gonna add padding to everything, like automatically. So you don't have to pad manually in GIMP. Okay. Okay, now the jump works, and yeah, cool. Let's see. Alright, so now you can hold down a charge, but nothing happens when released. So why is that? So we start the attack. We check, okay, can we charge? Is the attack input on, and are we charging? So this is basically the same thing. If this is true, then this is also true. So basically we don't need to check this, but yeah, let's just remove that. Okay, and then we start the charge, which we basically just say where charging is true, and we set the start time. All right. Then we say what we can do here is we can say after all this, if we are charging, we want to draw this yeah, I guess we don't need to, we can just draw it. Right, so we're drawing this debug bar thing. So now we should visually see what's happening. Oh. Right, so we'll do a float cast. From F64 to F32. There we go. Okay, there you can see the charge bar. It looks a bit weird. Also, it's in the wrong position. Let's double the width instead of just 20%. Let's say the position is gonna be, we're gonna add 2 pixels. Yeah. Oh yeah, and the position, yeah. Okay, now it looks better there. Also the color here, if is charge full, then we'll show white. Around, so we see that it's full. The position will be not the center, it's gonna be the top center top or top center. And then also upwards a bit, so we'll do the height 6 pixels plus 2, there we go. Huh. It's weird that it takes like a almost full second before it looks like it's filling up. But yeah, I can hold it, I can do other things in the meantime. Okay, the only thing now is like it's not actually executing the attack for some reason, so let's see. Yeah, we should be in here, like if attack input on, so if the charge is not on, we stop the charge. So that seems to work. If the attack button is released, right, and the charge is full, the attack type is charge. But for some reason that's not happening. Let's see if we even get in here. Oh, you know what? We're stopping the charge before. Okay. Well, I guess I'll try it and see. No. Okay. So, right. So we don't want to stop the charge if we are supposed to do the charge here. Well, what we could say, if the charge, we could save this state here, I guess. Okay. Yeah. So it works, but we need to change the origin, I think, a little bit here. So let's start the editor, go to the animation, charge. Yeah, this one, these origins. The original character is like 32 by 32. So if we take a look at one of the other attacks, like this one, we can see here that the origin is set to 8, 0, which is like from the middle is over here, 8. Because that's like the middle of the center of the player. So it's basically half the width is, well, that's 0. Well, the center point is 0, 0. So then you go, no wait, this is 16, right? Now this is 16 by 32. This is 32 by 32. So go 16 here and then 8. Right, it's half by half. So 1/2 and then 1/2. That's 8. Yeah, yeah. And then here it's gonna be like half first and then half again. So 3 halves instead. So it's like 0 plus 1/2 is, no, 1/4. That's 16 plus 8. So it should be 24, I think, here. Yeah. All right, let's save that and see. There we go. All right. Okay, cool. Now the charge attack. Also, I want to make it so that it's well, it should deal more damage, of course. Let's see. Where is that happening? These are the monster attack types. That's the animation. And a bunch of inputs. Okay. So I need to find where the monsters is hit. I think it might be over here. It's either in the player or monster. Player attack hitbox rate, yeah. So this should depend on the actual attack type as well. So also this is really old code because you can see pointers to const here. Well, I guess it can still be pointers to const, so we don't have to dereference it because it's going to be components anyway. But this is just self. Yeah. So what is the size? No, let's just put in attack type actually. Right. Switch, return, switch on attack type. If it's charge. And I don't, why do I not get autocomplete for that? Okay, normal combo. And I guess lunch is the same as well. Okay. Yeah, the size of this is gonna change. So it's basically gonna be sort of maybe like double or triple. I'm not sure exactly. We'll see. It can be, we can enable, I'll do it later, but let's just double this for now. The height should probably be the same. We'll see. Then we have offset as well. So it's going to be times 2 distance. Yeah, let's do switch. No, not combo, charge. Let's do times 3 or something, I don't know. Okay. Right, so we need attack type, which is attack dot attack type. Okay, cool. We should get combat hitbox true. Alright, now we should get errors, I think. Yeah. So player components. Actually, let's grab this attack. Oh, we can't. See, this is one place where I think captures would be nice. Like, if you only have one if, you want to check this. I guess it's to sort of prevent that switches, that you want to use a switch instead, because then you can catch all other cases. But there's been a lot of these cases where I just want to check if it's one of them, and then I also want to capture it. Alright, but you can just do that. It's not really that big of a deal, but It's just one of those places where it feels like it should exist, but then it doesn't. Right, so now we can see the attack hitbox there. And if I charge and I do an attack, yeah, it's way bigger there. Should probably, I mean, it's kind of good actually, but we should increase the height and decrease the width a little bit. So distance should be fine. We decrease the width a little bit. Maybe 1.8. Height should be increased. Let's do 2. So by decreasing width, it's also lowering the reach at the same time. Yeah, we can even lower it a little bit more actually. We can bring in the offset and lower it. Something like that. This is also where it would be nice to have sort of this kind of metadata visually, where you can set these rectangles visually in the editor instead of, you know, doing this. Maybe increase the height even more actually. And maybe just increase the width a little bit. Let's do like 1.6. And then the height 2.2. Because it's just gonna it would be a lot faster doing these kinds of things and feel a lot nicer, smoother. Okay, what I'll do is I'll move it over a little bit more. Yeah, that's perfect. Oh, I see. So if you're doing the combo, you don't get to start the attack. Or the charge. So I feel like even, so okay, this charge should start, even if you're currently attacking, I feel like you should be able to start the charge. Yeah, so we should remove this. Yeah. Boom, boom. Boom. Alright, now it should also do more damage. Now where did we have this logic? Here. Right, we're getting the hitbox. We should also get the damage. Alright, because this is the system. Okay, so we'll do play components. Get damage. And then we can say attack type. Get attack damage. Sure, we can do that. Alright. And I guess this is a U32 since we're working with integers in health. Right, so damage, and then we use that over here instead. There we go. Alright. And then we can also use that function to get to sort of, if you want to display stats or something like that. Okay, let's check it out. We should deal double damage. Nice. Okay, maybe you should be able to charge while hurting. Because in my mind I kind of was thinking that we were sort of stunned. But it also feels really bad that you can't start the charge. I mean, you can hold down the button to charge still, but it doesn't start until you're out of... Oh man. Alright, let's see if we can... Let's see if we can defeat the boss. I feel like spamming does work better, like when you're in the weeds here, it works better, a lot better, because, well, for one, you're knocking back the monsters, and it also sort of, it deals more damage during that period. Charging is good if you, like, for now, for example, when he's stunned, you load up a charge before you get there, but then you can mash. But at this point, there's really no point in charging. Oops. Oh man. Okay, let me try this again. Actually, I'm gonna put my headphones on. So maybe the charge should do even more damage. Just to make it feel like it's worth doing. It should be better to charge an attack than to spam the attack button, I feel like. No! Man, I thought I had it there. Okay. I also have to remember that I can't duck an attack because then he will... this is gonna change. Maybe I'll add that now as well. Because it's gonna sort of change a lot how this boss fight works. Because when he's doing the low attack, you can't really fend yourself against the spawns. You can if the projectiles comes like this height. But not when it comes low, then you have to sort of dodge. Instead of being able to duck and attack and still keep the shield down low. Alright. I lost 1 health. Yeah, that part is just a matter of spamming until you hit the limit before the timer ends. Also kind of dangerous when the spawns stack up like that, because sometimes you have to time sort of the attack. There we go. Okay, that's 2 cycles. Okay. And this is gonna be the last cycle. Whoa. Yeah, I feel like this is basically not worth charging unless you're very far away and you have time to charge. Unless we sort of lower the charge time, perhaps. Oh, that was a bug. The charge timer activated. I think it's because I was stunned or something. There we go. Okay, cool. So I probably want to increase the damage of the charge attack, maybe times 3. I'm not sure if that's gonna be too good though. Or the time. Perhaps the time should be definitely charge time, like maybe even just 1 second. Should we cancel the charge if we're hurt? No, that would feel so bad. There we go. Now it's way quicker. Now you can actually feel like you have time to use it in actual combat. And it's kind of the same. It's maybe faster to spam, but you have to hit all attacks. But it feels way better to use against these guys now. Maybe it's even too fast. Now it's probably better to just spam. Whoops. What happened there? Okay, that's the bug. Did it die? Like, maybe it's because I had... Okay. Let's see if I can get this again. Oh, we crashed. Interesting. So it felt very weird with the orbs. It felt like it was still like taking damage or something when... Oh. Oh, so it went below 0. Okay. Yeah, I should probably make a habit of always using, like when using like negative with unsigned integers, always use this. So you don't get the overflow error. Also, is this might be more optimized? I'm not sure, because then it doesn't have to do this check, and there might be a assembler instruction for this specific type of action. I mean, it's not gonna matter here, but as we say in Sweden, många bäckar små, which means a lot of brooks small. A lot of small brooks makes a big, well, the continuation would be, I guess, something like makes a big river or something. I don't know. Whatever. All right. So I'm not sure why the orbs are still like die when they wake up. Like one of the orbs died or woke up dead. So maybe that has something to do with something. We're adding invincible to the boss. That's right. The orbs are not invincible, but they should be when we add sort of the death component. Yeah. So I think it's like, I kind of assume that when things are dead, we don't care about them here. But maybe that's not the issue. We don't really care about death until we go in here. We check for pending damage as well. Yeah. And then if so we can still hurt something that is like invincible or something. How does this make sense? You should have dot hurt somewhere. Here. Damage player. Right. Okay, so entity is that's the player entity, right? I usually have like say player when it's player and entity when it's like the source entity. Like I was checking whether entities was like monster or something, but okay, this is player here. So we still add like pending damage. What if the thing is invincible though? Oh wait, then there's the invincible system, right, which removes pending damage. That's right, that's how we did this. Okay, maybe this is... Maybe all things related to health should be like in the health system, I don't know. It feels weird to separate this kind of logic here like this, because you don't really get the full picture. They are kind of supposed to happen. Like if we go to update, we can see kind of the order of the systems here. So if we look for health, and invincible happens before because it handles any kind of... I mean, it is nice to sort of modify, like let's say you want to add a shield system that adds, you know, points to it, like a force field that has health, and you have to kill the force field before you damage the actual entity. So then you could just say, okay, I'll make it's easy to think about in a vacuum, because you just add that, and then you add the new like force field system here. However, that also means that now the entire logic chain around damaging things is sort of fragmented among all of these systems. So to get the full picture, it's kind of like you have to go into each system and see what it does. So just by having this system here is like just now like invincible. Also we have this check pending damage. So basically all of this is sort of related to the health system. When I kind of like it more when you see the entire logic in one place. But it is, I mean, sometimes it's also nice to see an overview as well. But then, I mean, you could have the functions calls in here, I guess. I guess it's also because it's starting to become a little bit complex. So, yeah. Sometimes it's like, but this thing, player system, check pending damage, like I don't even remember what this is doing. So we're checking if we're dead, then we don't do anything. We get the health, we check if we have pending damage. Right, so we're setting hurt, basically. We're checking pending damage, actually set state to hurt if we have pending damage. And then the same for the monsters. Except we do more things here, I guess. Right, we're also playing the sound. And we check, alright, so there's multiple things here, basically. So this makes more sense because there's a lot of things happening here, but yeah. So you have spawning. If something is spawning, and you're hurting it, it's gonna end the spawn time immediately. So it's gonna immediately spawn, complete the spawn process, and just be able to, you know, attack you immediately. If it's stunned, yeah, we have a special case for this type of monster, so it ends the stun when it's attacked or damaged. We have knockback if it's knockbackable. Cancel attack if hit. So if the monster is currently attacking and it gets hit, then it's gonna cancel its attack. And here's stunned if it's hit. So yeah. So this does make sense. Like a bunch of different effects happen if the monster gets hurt, basically. And then we also spawn some hit particles as well. Alright. And it does make sense that this has to happen before these. So in some sense, this actually makes sense. Because we want to, if it's invincible, we want to remove the damage first. Then we do like, okay, are you actually hurt? Check here. But what you could do as well is have the health system send out events that will say, okay, now this thing is hurt. And here's the source and whatever information. And so instead of having systems updating in this, you can have event listeners. You could do it like that as well. But what I don't like about event listeners is that it's yet another way to sort of hide when things are happening. In here you can see that, okay, this is supposed to be happening here. If you have events, then it's basically this is gone, and in this, from this view, you don't see that anymore. But it's like, yeah, it's yeah, pros and cons with everything, and yeah, just a common thread again for all systems that grow in size is, you know, this symptom is going to happen to all projects that grow in size, where you have more and more complex things, and it's getting harder and harder to track what's going on. And you have to, every time you go into a new place, you have to sort of familiarize yourself a little bit before you can actually do anything. Yeah, and we are using, I mean, I'm trying to do it in a good way, but I also want to be productive. So, but that's also one thing. Like one way of being productive is actually building a system that is easy to extend and scale. And if you want that, then it's going to be, you know, easy to understand and easy to extend. So yeah, it all plays in, it all plays together. But okay, anyway, I just had to, you know, understand what's going on with Invincible here. So now that we know that that tangent there, we're going back to the forest boss. So the whole thing is like the orbs, when they die, they should get invincible, because then they cancel all the damage. Because if they're not, even if they had a death component, I was checking, they still take damage if they are hit by the player. So what we can do is we can add to the orb, we will add an invincible, and it's gonna end at the end of time. Okay, so now they won't be hit anymore by the player, or they won't take damage. Right. Okay, so then what now? Yeah, we also need to remove them once we're done. So where do we do that? I think we have a function that is like respawn orb or something. Yeah, here. So let's remove then the invincible component from the orb. There we go. Okay, now we should have fixed that issue, I think. Yeah, it feels way better to use the charge now, but I think it might be maybe even too fast. Should be a tiny bit slower. I think. It's also nice that it has larger hitbox, because it does feel like it's used in a different way than the normal attack, which is kind of the point, to have different. Oh, now I forgot to test the thing. Let's just defeat this again here. So we'll hit the shit out of this guy. Yeah, there we go. There's probably gonna be some animation, like when he exits the stun, maybe you'll get pushed back a bit, and the orbs will come back in some sort of animation. So it will take a little time. So it's not gonna be one-to-one with this gameplay sort of prototype here. All right. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna refill my coffee. I'll be right back. Oh, I just got a new idea for a device, but well, it could be a device that is only in this boss fight. So my idea is that there could be a device that you have to charge, because we do have this like this focus lens beam thing, which is sort of shooting this magical beam, to activate different devices. And since this is like the dungeon that you get this, it would make sense to include that in sort of the process of defeating the boss. Now we do have these machines, but they don't really have anything to do with this focus beam. So what I'm thinking is maybe the boulder doesn't spawn immediately. Maybe we have like a moving target up here that you have to hit with that beam to then spawn a boulder, which you can then move with the mover. That could be something, but we need something here that we don't really have. But I guess it could be it could be just be, you know, part of the forest boss update function that sort of moves a toggle thing up and down here. I mean, we can just add one. We could just add a toggle there. Here, so you have to jump and activate it. It's gonna like go up and down, so you have to sort of time it. And we'll it's not really connected to anything. I mean, it would be funny if it's connected to the chest and then we activate the chest to spawn a boulder out. But you don't really see the chest. It's up there. It kind of reminds me of like a Minecraft logic thing. I mean, why not? It's a boulder. This is kind of funny, actually. I think this is actually possible. It's gonna spawn the boulder here. However, it's gonna spawn it. Yeah, I have to make sure that it spawns it in the correct ways. This is kind of funny. Okay. Right. So if the chest is boulder, no, then we create the boulder. We go to forest boss. Let's just make that public. Oh, but we need forest boss. Right, so let's get the forest boss. Okay, it's kind of silly. the chest doesn't really do anything. I guess it's sort of symbolically connected here. It's like when the chest is activated, we do some script. It's basically what we're doing here. We're spawning the boulder, but we're not spawning it like in the chest, like from the chest. If you're spawning a boulder, it needs to, you know, it needs to have the boss active. Okay. Oh yeah, and we also wanna not spawn the boulder directly now instead. Where is this spawned? Here. I mean, we could just do this. All right. Alright, so now we have to... Oh, what the hell? Oh, I see. We activated the thing. Oh, it took too long. Okay, there's a bit of bugs going on here. Well, for one, oh yeah, the chest. Okay, this is kind of funny. Okay, so the chest. Okay, you know what? Maybe we want a different type of a device, because this is not gonna be like a, you know, it's a toggle. So you're able to toggle it on or off. I basically want something that you toggle it on, but then you're not supposed to be able to toggle it off again, I guess. Yeah, and then there was a bug with the steering wheel. It got activated but not deactivated for some reason. Oh, I think I know where that happens actually. Cancel steering wheel control. So this should happen. Okay, this actually happens. Where's this? The stun phase. Okay, yeah. It should also happen like in the regenerating phase. Where's that? Right. So if the time is up, we're trying to steer this thing in. We advance the phase from regenerating. Yeah, we should definitely cancel the controls here as well. If it's not done yet. Okay. What we also should do, I mean, both of these, basically, this should be... Oh, man. And the steering wheel is kind of annoying, because if you press focus when on the steering wheel, it's going to activate the steering wheel. And the radius for activating the steering wheel is incredibly large. So... I think we wanna lower that a little bit. Let's do like 16 or something. Yeah. Another thing is that we wanna disable the toggle as well. Like, you're only supposed to be able to set the toggle once. The boulder comes down. We should also reset the chest, because the next time nothing happens, because the chest is already open. Oh, I did take damage there. Yeah, I should set the player to be like... Oh. Okay. The mover wasn't pushed. Why is the mover over there? Okay, let's change this to... No. Yes. We'll change this to 3. Yeah, this should be force base phase 1 stun, hits to stun over number of orbs, which is 3. I mean, technically we could have any variable number of orbs at this point, but we have 3. That's what we have. Okay, so the hits to stun is 3. So the orb health should be 1 now. So we still need to kill all the orbs to activate the next phase, but we only have to hit them once. Oh yeah, the chest is also... Man, does it still have that much of a hitbox? I guess the activate hitbox is larger. Maybe the steering wheel needs to be even smaller, because it has a huge activation range. Let's do, I don't know, 4? I know I said I'm gonna leave the boss a little bit, but I got sucked back in here because I had a new idea. But I guess that's how it is sometimes. Man, it still has incredible... I think, yeah, it's just because of the player activation range. So I really feel like you should be able to... Stand over here, yeah. Try and hit this guy. But I'm gonna do, maybe we'll do a separate type of those. Okay, I will do this. I will make a new graphic here. Real quick. We'll take these. Or one of those. And just down here. Oops. And then I'll rotate. Hey, that almost worked out immediately. Okay, I wanna also scale it down a little bit. Okay, let's move it here. That's not too bad, actually. I just... Alright. I kind of like this as well. Okay, let's just have it like that. Yeah. And then... merge. I'll make some copies. How many do we have? 4. Okay. And I will copy this part as well, because I don't wanna redo it. Actually, wait, why can't I? Oh, merge down. Actually, we can just add all of these. And then you do this and paste. And there we go. Merge down. All right. Now the idea is that this, you can see, okay, it's a diagonal now instead. It's a diamond shape, or yeah, I mean it's rotated, but a rotated square. And so the idea is that this is gonna be sort of activated. You use the tool to activate it, but then it shuts itself down after some time. So it activates, so it's a timer, and then it shuts itself down. And then you can't, I guess you can't activate it again. Oops. Where am I? Here. Okay. All right, now we need to implement that as well. Let's go to the editor first, and we'll add a new entity type. And this is gonna be something. Oh, hello. What's up, abbreviated? You saw sprites? Yeah. I'm adding a new device type here. I'm not sure what this is called, like timed toggle. This is gonna be devices. Yeah, this one is 32 by 32. There we go. Okay, it's gonna have some properties. So it's gonna have activate, which should we just make it into array? Yeah, it's gonna be an array of entity references. Is it by feel you went for 32 by 32 or not 60 by 16, 128, 128? Well, I don't know. I think I started with making a tile set, I think, or did I start with the main character? I don't remember now. But I kind of wanted, you know, a kind of a low resolution. I am actually not that big of a fan of like high resolution pixel art. I mean, I don't mind it, but it's like it's not my go-to kind of thing. So I rather like more lower resolution. It could be maybe doubling. Doubling the resolution might be okay, but I mean, I don't know. I don't like when the pixels are almost so small that you can't see them. I want to see the pixels. Let's see. So this device is going to be a time toggle, so it can activate some any number of entities, and then it's going to have a timer. So this is going to be like the amount of time it's gonna be on. Once you turn it on, there's a timer. When the time is up, it turns itself off. So I'm just gonna say time for lack of better things, and I guess we'll set the normal to 10 or something. I don't know, or the default there. What kind of graphics do you like? Let's see. So that's the time toggle, right? Save that, and in the scene now we can add that one instead. Okay. Right, so it's gonna reference this chest up here. And now, because it's an array, you can potentially add any number of reference entities there. This timer, sure, 10 is probably fine. You like quality graphics? Difficult question. Yeah. King of Fighters 98, 64 by 64 sprites look beautiful. Yeah. Like, I don't know the exact numbers, but for me there is like a limit to when I start to feel like, okay, this looks too. Now the pixels are too small for me. I don't know. There is some sort of limit there. I don't know. Maybe, you know, Symphony of the Night has probably the perfect resolution for me. If it goes smaller than that, then I don't know. It feels strange. Okay. We could probably just use this as a template here. So timed toggle. Right, we also need animations. Okay. So, idle. Wait, what is it called here? Toggle. But I wouldn't be able to express anything in that few pixels. Alright. I mean, I think it's just a matter of learning how to do it, because I think I mean, well, I mean, of course it's gonna be harder, but I'll get off and on. Sure. Yeah, textures. I mean, yeah, I've seen plenty of examples where it's like very low resolution and it looks really good. At least to me. I don't know. It might be just me. Okay, that's idle. We can rename it to like off if you want. Okay, and then on. It's just gonna be this. But do you think it's do you think this is too small resolution for you? Oh, for why does this look weird? Oh, it's because that the position is. Oh, okay. Well, we'll save this. I'll just save everything. Go to back to GIMP. And come on. I don't think so, but like I remember how to express folds in the trousers of the Taekwondo guy. It was just beautiful. Yeah. I haven't actually played that game, but I've seen screenshots. Oops. Yeah, I mean, pixel art is amazing when it's done really well. And I'm not an artist. I'm a programmer. I enjoy making it sometimes, but it's like sometimes I feel like I have no idea what I'm doing, and I'm picturing something in my head that I'm trying to get out, but then it looks different than what I had in mind. Okay. Alright, now it looks a little bit better. Am I missing a frame? Or I feel like this... I feel like it's off-center somehow. This does not feel like the same animation. Maybe it's because it's... It is off a little bit. These ones are 1 pixel higher. Okay. Or lower. Wait. Here they are higher. What? Okay, but they should be higher, I guess. Maybe I did like a one-off error here. Okay. Oops. Let's just do this. I'll remove this. Copy you. There. Alright, that's 4 copies. Okay. Then we'll go up here. We will mark you. Select by color. Copy. Go down here. Mark this part. And paste. And merge. Okay. These are from later game and 128. It's weird. It's like, okay, let me show here. So if I zoom in, oops. Okay, if I watch at this resolution, I feel like the pixels are too small, but if I zoom in like this, maybe, I don't know. Now it starts to make more, like now it feels better to me. I just don't like when it's, you know, zoomed out like that. Like now the pixels are too small for me. And but now this feels better. Maybe, yeah. I'm clicking links and showing them directly here. That's but I trust you, so okay. Sprite Zombie 1. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you still get a lot of details here. This is like, I mean, this feels like more like, maybe, how much would this be? 32? Or is it 64? I don't know. Yeah, this is probably 64, maybe. Okay, I thought that was entrails first, but now I see it's a snake. So yeah, there is a little bit, but I mean, if I played the game, I'm pretty sure I would have seen what it is. I guess it's maybe supposed to look like entrails first. Yeah. I mean, when the head comes out, you see what it is. But here, it doesn't look like a snake here. To me. But yeah, I mean, you still get a lot of detail in here. And I mean, you can still make even smaller things where, but then it's kind of like, you know, the imagination takes over, but you can still sort of tell what it's representing. All right. There we go. Now it looks better. Okay. So there is our animations. That's all we need there. Now we have the animation, we have the entity type, we have the thing in the scene. and it's connected up here. So what we want to do now is we want to say in the game code, we have this time toggle thing, that's right, and we add here time toggle. Here we go. Yes, so now we have that. We do have properties as well. Where's our toggle here? So we need to copy this. We have activates, which is a array of entity references, and then this is a wait, what was this? What we did? Oh yeah, time. That's right. Oh, it's a float, which we don't actually have yet, so we need to create that. Let's just do F32, I guess. Okay. I would end up drawing 1 pixel thick outlines and it would just be so huge. Yeah. That's also like, I mean, yeah, you can't, I guess, yeah, when you don't have that much space, that takes up a huge amount. I started this game by drawing out black outlines, but then I moved from that just because the resolution was so low that it took, like, the black lines took up almost most of the character, and so then okay, let's just remove that. If I up the resolution a little bit, maybe by 50%, then I could probably use it, but and you know, all the graphics in here are basically placeholder graphics, so I'm not even sure if this is gonna be, you know, the final product, but probably not. We'll see. I mean, it depends on if I actually want to release the game or not, I guess. Switch must yeah. So this would be a timed toggle. All right. Yeah, this is where we have to add it here as well. This is the worst part. The worst sort of boilerplate part in the code so far. All right. Time toggle. Implement timed toggle here. Yeah, so here's where we should implement like the timer of it as well. This is, what is this? Handle state change, right? It's kind of like building a program language. It's kind of fun making these little machines and stuff. Time toggle state is on, then we activate it. But it's a list, so we have to loop through. And this is the times toggle properties. Activate items. Okay. No. All right. Now a toggle is not activatable by the player, by the A button, or yeah, the activate button. So, wait, which one was this? Handle activate, yeah. And properties initial state. Okay, yeah. So the initial state is always off. There we go. Yeah, basically it should be the same stuff here. Store devices, right? So time toggles should not be stored at all because they are always gonna be, you know, reset. Also for now, what we're gonna do is disable chests restoring. Doors, chests, yeah. Okay. Wonder if you can do this. Device type. Haystack is device. This is disable store. Account is at least one. Needle is device type. If this is true, we continue. Does that work? No? Yeah, okay. That works. Okay, cool. So now we can just say a list of these things are gonna be disabled. and then we can always have these enabled. Okay, there we go. Cool. All right, so doors and chests. Is there anything else we wanna also disable? Don't think so. All right. So, right. Let's also name this like debug, so it's clear what's happening or why it's there. Okay, so no more device, no more things. However, we do have a to-do here, and what we need to do is we need to have we need to store when it was activated, which could be something stored in on. It could also be stored just on the device itself. But let's see here. So if state is on, we don't do anything. Otherwise, we say activated at is equal to t. I guess this is not really a toggle. Well, it is kind of a toggle. It's toggling itself. Okay, I'm not gonna get into that debate here. This always sets it to on. And then deactivate, we don't really have anything for deactivating. Well, I guess it's gonna deactivate. Actually, yeah. It is gonna deactivate when it's sort of like a time. It's on during a certain amount of time and then it goes off. If it's already off, we don't do anything. Okay, fine. Yeah, and then we'll have a function called is time up, for lack of a better word, and we'll just return if activated at is oh yeah, activated at plus properties time. If that is less than, we have to do a float cast as well. So activate plus time should be less than, we get a t. There we go. We got there. All right. Let's see. Okay. Now we'll go back to device, update timed toggle. So here now we'll say if device type time toggle is time up, is timed up. And if it's on, then we should deactivate it. Yeah. And calling activate doesn't really do anything. If we try to activate it multiple times, we can see here that even if it's already on, we don't do anything. So it's not really a, you know, it's not a toggle in that case. You can't toggle it on or off, but it is toggling itself on or off. You could say it's turning itself off after a certain amount of time. So it's actually not, it's not really a toggle, I guess. It's more like a well, it's on certain, in some sense it is a toggle, because it's when it's on it's activating, when it's off it's deactivating. That's the same as our original toggler thing. Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna sit here and argue with myself about that. Update time toggle. So yeah, so now the timer should go out. We can activate it by hitting it with the lens beam. What else? Yeah, and it's when it's activated, it's activating the, like here, when it's activated, if it's on, it activates its references. When it's off, it's deactivating. So now we should be able to also connect this to a door, or you know, something that is gonna be activated for a certain amount of time and then deactivated again. So yeah. And what about a chest? Like, what, let's say a chest is like deactivated. Will it close itself? That's actually interesting, because the chest is activated by the player, which only calls activate. So deactivate, we could actually close the chest again. If it's closed, we return, but if it's not, we just close. Okay, this makes me feel like I want to make, you know, some sort of logical game. I mean, I guess I'm sort of doing that now. Expected float of vector type. Found, oh, dot value. That's right. Wait, where's the thing? No, it should be visible because you're seeing this. Yeah, so it's not loaded in. Why is that? I got it in here as well, right? Oh, the animations are wrong. Right, this should be small letters. There we go. I should probably alter the hitbox a little bit, maybe as well, but no, it's still not showing there. Okay, let's double check the animation. Actually, let's check the logs, see if we got any errors. Parsing JSON unknown field, property float value. Okay. Oh, wait. I know what the issue is. So So I have to, when I added a new property, we need to also add it to the list here. So we have a property float, which might need to be I guess float is not a, yeah, float is not a what you call it? Keyword. That's it. Yeah. Okay, so now we're able to read in the float. There we go. I should maybe compile all the errors, that are spit out from, like, having a log window would be cool to have, like, that shows all the errors. Okay, there we go. And there's the boulder. And the timer should now, it should turn itself off. Yeah, there we go. It turned itself off after 10 seconds. Holy shit. I dealt a lot of damage there. And now we have to jump up, toggle this. This falls down. And there we go. Okay. Yeah, that works really well. I think the toggle. Now, what I want the toggle to do as well is it's gonna sort of, I think it's gonna sort of move up and down. So you have to time jumping and activating it, I think. I mean, we can even make it sort of pretty easy as well. We could have a little platform here that you jump up here, you jump up to the platform. The toggle will and then you have a wall, so the toggle goes up and down like this. So it goes up and down here. You have to jump up there to activate it. We also have to make sure you can't jump up there. Actually, we could just make a roof here. Why not? Okay. So you jump up here. This one's gonna go up and down. You stand there, hit it. Boulder's gonna come down. You move this over there. And then you do that. And then you rinse and repeat. Yeah. So the only thing now is making this move up and down. So how far is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's like, wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's 7 tiles in height. So it goes from there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I mean, it basically goes 5 tiles up and down. All right. Update phase 1. I mean, I guess this would be like always. No, this would only be phase 1. Well, we don't really have phase 2 right now, but okay. So yeah, I'll just say update timed toggle. Yeah, and that will have some sort of ID. That's right. So we have the ID here. We can load in. We can go here. Here's the ID. We copy that. Now go back here, we say time toggle ID is equal to deserialize. There we go. All right. And we have a function update time toggle. Yeah. So we should probably store like the original state of the the original position of the toggle. And so when we initialize, oh, maybe it doesn't exist yet. I guess we can query it, and the first time we find it. We could also look in the original scene file to get it as well. Let's just query it. The first position we get. So let's say it's 0 first, so we know that this is wrong, and then in the update we will say, okay, if no, just first boss, if the what is it, time toggle original position, so if this is 0 and this is 0, I mean, yeah, you can use like a reduce and stuff, but whatever. So if both are 0, we know we need to fetch the thing. So let's fetch the time toggle. Is gonna be get the rigid body of oh yeah, first we need entity ID. From time toggle ID, and then we need time. Oh yeah, and then time toggle is utils dot get entity by entity ID. All right. Wait. We don't need to get the entity ID thing, we just need to provide the ID here, because we already have it. Okay, so now we got the entity, and now we get the body of the time toggle. So get this, and now we can say self the original position is equal to this, right? So that's the original position. Then we need a function that is like I guess time toggle max position. So that's like max in the sense of maximum deviance from the original position. Force boss. This is going to be a vector. And the maximum position is going to be the original position minus only y 5 times the y position, the y component of tile size. Okay. Man, time flies. I have to eat something soon. Okay, so that's the max position, and then we wanna also have a function for time toggle like current position. So this is gonna be the equation for calculating the current position. And we need t as a timer. It's gonna return a vector for the position. We also need, yeah, once we get the original position, we should also set like when the battle started. I guess boss started at. And at this point, it should be set here. Well, I mean, I guess it could be set whenever we do init entity here for the boss. So where's the boss? Actually, we'll do this. We'll not set it here. We will set it. Oh yeah, we can just set it here. So started boss started at t. There we go. Okay. So I mean, we probably need t as well. So let's just add that. Okay. Yeah. Wait, you are... Oh. If we don't find it, I guess we return. Yeah. So we'll make sure after this point, this should be set. All right. Now what would the current position be? So the current position would be, we need the delta time is going to be self dot started at, so it's going to be t minus that. We also need like max time toggle cycle time, and I'm just gonna say something here, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, something, I don't know. Maybe it's 10 seconds too much. I don't know, we can tweak it. So it's gonna be this, and then we mod that with cycle time. Okay. And now we can use that in our equation. So what is our equation? I mean, it could be a sine curve, but I'm thinking it could also be just going up and down. So what would that be? Would that be like the derivation of sine? And then... no, wait. Yeah, and then you... Wait, you can just... No, because that's just a cosine, I think. Or negative cosine or something like that. What you do is you take the sine curve and then you say... round, I think. It goes from -1 to 1. If you round it either up or down, but depending on its direction. So if it's going up, yeah, or I guess depending on the value. If the value is positive, we'll round it to 1. If it's negative, we'll round it to 0, 1. that is sort of the motion that I want to have. It's gonna be, yeah. So that the, but okay. Yes. What am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that it's gonna go like, you know, like this, in a constant speed, up and down. Not like a sine curve like this. It's gonna be going a constant speed up and down. Wait, how do you? Okay, let's just this should be a very simple thing, but I'm gonna bring out Desmos here. New, where's new? Just to get this, because this is I'm gonna use this a lot, I feel. Now where is this window? Has to be this one, yeah. Okay, so basically sine is this, but what I want is basically well, not this, I guess. No. So it's sine, but it's I guess maybe squared. No. How would you do this? Like, I want something that goes up and down like this to 1, -1, 1, -1, 1, -1, I think. So it's like as long as sine is positive, it's gonna go up. As soon as it reaches I guess the period is also if we divide by pi or 2 pi, or is it pi or 2 pi? No, it's not divided by pi. This divided by pi. Or is it times pi? 1. Okay. So the periods, now they're pi. Now they are 1, 2. So all the root, I guess the roots are 0 now. Okay. So what if we... Okay, so we have to divide by 2. There we go. Now it goes 1... Now, okay, so we'll keep this, but we'll use cosine instead. Yeah, so every time it goes, I mean, I guess maybe it doesn't really matter that much. But now it goes down, up, down, up. What I want now is basically not this smooth curve, but it's like a straight line instead. Okay, I just feel like I don't know what I'm doing here. Oh, nice! It shows like the intersections here. It feels like you shouldn't use one of these functions more like this. I guess if you increase the frequency, no. I was just curious what's happening if you do this. It still keeps the same X, but it's like almost like a circle here now. Okay. Okay, let's use sign. That's just 2 times. Plus pi over 2. Wait. Plus, okay, negative pi over 2. There we go. So we start at 0, we go up. Yeah. So basically this is what I want, except I don't want these smooth curves, but and then it's gonna be times whatever magnitude, I guess. So let's say we have A is equal to 5. That's the number of tiles we want to move up. And so this will be times that. But then we need to offset the bottom. So this is going to be plus A as well. But then it goes up to 10. So what about over 2? Okay. Yeah. All right. So I wish there was a function like sine, except instead it goes straight in straight lines. Okay, I got something. I Googled for sine but straight lines, and I got some results that did not have anything to do with mathematics. The term sin but straight lines likely refers to, this is AI,
refers to a misunderstanding or misapplication of the concept of sin, particularly in the context of. Okay, I'm not gonna. Get me out of here. Sine. Okay, sine with E. There we go. A sine function. Yeah, yeah. Whenever I grab. Okay, triangle wave function, math desmos, yeah. Triangle waves. Yeah, triangle wave, that's the one, that's what I want. How do you make that? Holy crap. Okay, here's what I want. This is a triangle wave, apparently. This is, wow. Okay, so it's like what is n? So it's like oh, it's q n. Okay, so q number of sine. So it's summing up, I think, a number of sine, 25 sine. So if we lower this, it's gonna look more and more like a sine curve. And if we, so depending on how much we want to add here, it's gonna be more and more like a triangle. Okay. So that's the phase, amplitude. Let's go up to 5. No, 2.5. Offset 2.5. There we go. And phase -10. So we start at 0, go up to 5, or almost 5. Yeah, okay. This is what I wanted to have, but it feels like this is like way too, you know, this is more mathematical than I need it to be, I guess. Okay, never mind this. I'm just gonna, you know, program it here. It doesn't need to be, I guess, an equation. We could even make it into a table if we want to. Or could we actually, because that requires like discrete time. I guess you can round it. No. I guess we could do this. We can make 2 separate versions. So so let's get the ratio here. This is going to be dt over the cycle time. All right, so that's the ratio. So if the ratio is less than 0.5, that means we're in the part where it should go up. So now we can say it's only the y position that's gonna change. So I mean, it's just, wait, isn't this just let, no, it's var offset vector. Okay, so if, so here offset should be only y, so it's going up, right? So it's going from 0 to something, so it's gonna be the ratio times 2 times this. This is gonna be the tile size, which is gonna be 5, and then tile size y. Okay. Otherwise, we will say ratio. Now ratio goes from 0.5 to 1, so it should be ratio minus 0.5 first, and then it goes up to 1 there, and then times 5 times there. But this should be negative now, or yeah, this should be, no, they should both be negative. Yeah. So just add -5 here. So the only difference is the, wait, no, because now it goes from up to down, so ratio should be inverted, I think. Yeah. So what we're really calculating is the position the percentage. So this is ratio times 2, and then this is 1 minus ratio minus 0.5 times 2. Actually, yeah. So it's 2 times this. Now this, so this is the ratio from when it goes back from 0 to 1, and then we reverse it. Yeah, to get the y position. Okay, and then now we can return the position plus that, which is or we could say negative here. All right. So now it should go from the bottom. Half the time the ratio, it goes from 0 to 1. So this goes from 0 to 1. It goes up to the maximum position. We scale it by 5. So this is the entire width, like distance that is supposed to go, and it goes up, so we should take subtraction. Then it goes down again, so we should go from 1 to 0. So first we calculate the ratio, because now it's from 0.5 to 1, so we reduce it by 0.5, so now it's from 0 to 0.5. Then we times it by 2, so it's 0 to 1 again. But then we reverse it, so now it's from 1 to 0. So that then it goes like backwards. Alright, it will be interesting to see if this actually works now. Actually, also we need to call this and use it as well. So that's the original position. Right. So we need to have the body again here, and this again. Okay. Actually, we can do this here, I guess, since we always need it. Oh hey, Z Alfie, how's it going? Welcome. Yeah, I mean, I'm not a math guy. I know a little bit, but I'm not really mathing that much. But yeah, I'll try to calculate. It's really funny, but it's because the thing that I wanted to calculate is basically like a sine curve. I was explaining it like, yeah, it's gonna be a sine curve, but with straight lines. And so then I found this triangle wave, but yeah, now I realize that okay, I can just do this to calculate the thing. So because the triangle wave, it required like summing up 25 sine functions. So yeah, I'll just do it like this, and yeah, that should be good. All right, so let's see. So we got T there. Yes. So yeah. So now we need to set the position to be toggle time current position T. There we go. Okay. Cool. Oh, and this, let's make this into, well, let's make ratio into an F32. There we go. I like Desmos. It's a really nice tool to do those kinds of things. All right, so now it. Whoops. Oh, the time was up. Oh, but it's still stunned? No. Okay, that was weird. Okay, let's say I took too long here. The mover still moved a little bit. It's being sort of bounced. Wait. Okay. Whoops. As a developer, do you see yourself drawing as a drawing programmer art or writing artist code kind of guy? Drawing programmer art or writing artist code. I'm definitely a programmer that is drawing programmer art. What you see right here is programmer art mixed with the I guess gameplay prototype boxes. I did say that it was stunned there for a while. I'm not sure how that happened. Maybe because maybe it was like in the middle of the maybe the boulder hit. I don't know.
Okay, maybe it's gonna be hard to find out. Are you a developer as well? Z Alfie? Or Zalfie? I make mods? Cool. What, like different games or? What kind of games do you make mods for? Okay, so, yeah. Maybe I'll set it up so I can sort of fix that bug, maybe. The boulder. Because it looked like the boss was stunned even though it exited the regeneration phase without getting stunned. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it will come up later as well. Okay. Alright, so that's a little bit of change to the boss fight. Let's take this back to 30 there. And see... Oh, geometry dash, cool. So what actually... So mods, do you mean... so I've played that game a little, like, a long time ago, but... when you make a stage, how complex can you make it? Like, can you script and stuff? Oh, not making levels, okay. So do you make your own, like, characters, or... I mean, you know... the different... control schemes and stuff, or what are the mods doing that you make? Wait, why did it end so quickly there? So I'm just asking because I'm curious. I don't know. Okay, so there's the stun phase. It felt like it ended way too quickly before. I don't know. Okay. Oops. There we go. Okay, now it feels a little bit more that you have to hurry, you have to apply some skill to when you solve the puzzle up there. Nice. All right. Oh, Okay. I'm not sure why it crashed. Let's see. Well, recently I took over a project that allows you to switch what address the game is sending HTTP requests to, so you can play on independent servers without having to patch the game on entirely new clients each time. Oh, I see. The code is kind of ass, but I'm refactoring. Okay. Also in vanilla with levels there's no scripting, but trigger usage gets so complex that people have made scripting languages that can be compiled into level data so you can make complex behavior with the triggers easier. Oh, cool. Like people have made Doom in vanilla Geometry Dash. What? What? I can't even imagine how that looks. Like, does it actually look like Doom, or? I would have to look that up. That sounds incredible. Because the game, they've made 3D renderers. Okay, interesting. Yeah, that sounds insane. All right. Okay, yeah, we got a crash. Why did we get a crash? Boulder stuff. Oh, integer overflow. 577. Okay. This kind of error I like, because you can see exactly where it is, what error it is. There we go. This part is... Okay, yeah, so we're damaging... Wait. No, yeah, we're calculating the current health, so we should use this operator instead. There we go. Let's also search for this. Okay. Let's try this again. With the 2.2 update, there's new triggers that can do more arithmetic, and people have found ways to hook them up in just the right way to do linear algebra, trigonometry, calculus. Oh. Like, okay, so a trigger, to me, when I hear that, I'm thinking like, okay, it's like something in the game that sort of enables something else, or it activates something, or what is it? What would you say is a trigger? I'm just familiarizing myself a little bit with the fight more. It's nice to find, you know, sort of these edge cases that can appear as well. Like getting spawns stuck to the left there feels a bit bad. Maybe they should automatically just turn around when they get to the end. I don't know. Oops. A trigger is an object. Yeah. When you cross some... Hang on. Okay, well I won't be able to test it, but I'm pretty sure that bug has been fixed, and there we go, now it's dead. Okay. A trigger is an object. Oh, I know someone who built an 8-bit computer with text control inside a level there. Oh, cool. I mean, it's kind of like it. I mean, it reminds me of the Minecraft stuff, the Redstone and Terraria, and there's a whole bunch of these games where people have made computers. As long as you have something that is, if it's like has some kind of logic, almost you can make a computer. A trigger is an object that when you cross some point, yeah, okay, like entering a hitbox of a touch trigger will do something, right? Like a color trigger that can change the color in a color channel. And then you can use that as data. Can you check what the color is and do something depending on that? A move trigger will move objects in a group from point A to point B. Alright, so that's sort of like an action. You're doing something and you're not like listening to anything. I'm not familiar at all with the trigger magic people do, but if I recall correctly, there's something to do with item pickups, and that's super powerful. Okay. It's harder than redstone because redstone's literally just simplified electricity. Yeah. I mean, yes and no, I would say, because it feels like these triggers they don't really need a physicality to them. You can just link them up and they will work. Whereas in redstone, you actually have to like link up with a redstone signal. But I guess that also comes with its own stuff. Anyone can copy a CPU design from a book. Yeah, if you have something that is not entirely exactly like electricity, but it's more like abstract logic that you can sort of, okay, but you can see, okay, if we do this, this is an AND gate, and you go from there, or an AND gate, or whatever you need. And not. I'm not sure if there's probably like I don't know if that's the requirement for, like, if you have an AND gate, that's sort of, then you can build a computer. But if there's a more fundamental, you know, building block that will enable you to make some sort of like any type of computer that is not an AND gate, I'm not sure. Because I feel like some of these logic that people make computers with are not exactly, you know, one-to-one with signals and like electricity and stuff. All right, so yeah. Well, that feels a lot better. I like more the puzzle part of the fight now, and you have to hurry up because the boss will exit that state if it takes too long. So you have to hurry up. Now, the one thing I'm thinking of that you can sort of get yourself in trouble with is once you kill these things and the boulder comes down, you can actually access the steering wheel directly, but and you can sort of lock yourself out. So I need to fix that. like this. If you move this first, then you activate. Now you're kind of screwed. Well, okay, you can do this, but if you move it so that the boulder falls down outside of the mover, well, I guess you're not really screwed. You're more like, okay, I shouldn't do that, and then it resets. I guess it doesn't matter that much. But I was thinking that maybe we make it so that the steering wheel is not accessible at first, so you can only access the toggle thing. Let's see. So the steering wheel could be behind something, and when you toggle this, that's gonna open the door to the steering wheel so that you can then push this in. I don't know. We'd have to change the design a little bit for the level. You can make any logic gate with either NAND or NOR gates. Yeah. So let's see. What if the steering wheel, like you jump up here to just be able to hit this, then you jump, then there might be a door here maybe, but that blocks this part. We could move this entire thing over a little bit as well. Because you want to stand down here, because the boulder, you can't see, if you're up here you can't really see the boulder hitting the boss, so you do want to stand like down here. What we could do is maybe extend this a little bit, so you stand over here to hit the boss as well. Yeah, so if we extend this a little bit and we go here and we move you over there, which makes more sense, it's more locality with the thing there. Okay, and then we can add a door here. And I guess we can move this up one tile as well. Okay, and then here we will add the door. You will move up here. Alright, now the thing that I'm thinking about here is because this is timed, so it's time. I guess we can increase the time, and then we can automatically reset it when the boss fight says so. So we can set this to, I don't know, a minute. Should be enough. So you activate it, you steer the thing, that the activation opens this door. Oh, this opens this door and the boulder calls down. You steer this into the boss, that's gonna move you down here. Once you're down here, this is gonna deactivate. Yeah, so that will deactivate, and yeah, that should be good. All right. It's starting to look more and more complicated, but that's just how it is. Okay, so the boss, let's see. What now? Wait. Yes, we have the time toggle ID. So what we could do is we could say when we are advancing from this, we push the mover, we cancel this. This, yeah, regenerating. Stunned. So we're pushing the player. Now when this happens, we should get the toggle and deactivate it. And the same thing over here. Okay, so now whenever the player is like pushed out of the way, the timer is deactivated. I guess we don't really need to do it here. No, we don't need to do it here. We just need to do it up there. All right. Now, I don't know if you're actually gonna have the charge attack at this fight. Actually, I'm just trying it out to see how it feels. Oops. Okay, then that opens. We do this. Oh. Okay, now he's stunned. But that he shouldn't be stunned at that point. I'm not sure why that happened. Should not get stunned there. Oh. Oops. Oops. Come on. Yeah, that took way too long. Maybe it's something like you can go back to the village and you pay a soldier to train you and you learn the charge attack or something like that. Or you can buy some sort of equipment. I don't know. I don't really know how that system's gonna work, but somehow you're gonna be able to get a little bit of combat stuff. Because having charge attack in this fight feels very nice. Feels like you're supposed to have it here. Almost. Okay, there we go. Okay, so what I'm thinking is for the difficulty, I'm gonna sort of when is the first time you're trying to get the boss done, because you have to figure out what you're actually doing, what you're supposed to do. So when you get pushed back, you're like, what the hell is happening? And there's too little time to actually figure out what to do before you get pushed back. So I'm thinking the first, until you figure it out once, the timer should be longer, so you should have longer time of actually doing this sequence here, because there's not a lot of room right now to actually make like do it. Oh shit. Yeah, that could be something. I'll add some notes here. First I want to increase, so balance notes, increase time in regenerating phase. Oops. Make first, so before after successful boulder stun hit, decrease time in regenerating phase to make it more difficult. Yeah. And that could be visually represented. You could have like the bosses like faster in I mean, I'm not sure how to show it actually, because you could just add a bar, but for the debug. But I don't. For most of these things, I do have a visual representation in my head on how it's supposed to look. But for this part, it's really, I'm not sure actually. It could be that there's a sequence of animations that plays, which shows the boss like more and more like, I don't know, getting ready to fight again or something like that. And then you can tell that it's going faster because the animations play faster or something like that. That could be something, but yeah, that's for later when we actually implement that. Yeah. Alright, we could do this right now, I guess. So this is just because, when you first get to the fight, as I said, like, you don't really know what to do, and so you just go in and start hitting the boss. When you get to the next phase, you're like, okay, what's happening now? Now this is a puzzle, so you have to figure out the puzzle. It's not really a hard puzzle, but it's like you have a time limit, so you go up there, solve the puzzle. Maybe you should have like infinite time the first time. Or near infinite, I guess. Like a lot of time to figure it out. Just because, yeah, I don't know. It's... well, okay. Let's do... So, what's... where is the timer? Here. So reset time is 10 seconds right now. We should increase that a little bit. So I'm gonna say maybe 12 seconds to add a little bit of time, maybe 13 even. And then reset time first is gonna be like reset time times 3 or something. So if it's the first time, this is gonna be, so has been hit by boulder. If that is true, then we're gonna use the reset time, otherwise we're gonna use the first. So basically, if you've solved the puzzle, then you get less time the next time. If you have not solved the puzzle yet, you get a long time to solve it. All right. Okay, so now here, yeah, we need to have this stored as state. So where is the thing? Has been hit by a boulder. I guess this could be something here. Start out with false. This will set it to true. Whoops. The data is the body. Okay. Forest boss has been hit by boulder is equal to true. Okay, and then this part, yeah. There we go. Value with comp time only content int. Okay. Depends on runtime. Oh. Yeah, so make it a runtime thing then? What? Can it just convert this to runtime? I'm confused. Okay, now it's apparently fine. Okay. Yeah, let's try it. I think we should definitely increase the life total on these orbs. Especially if you're gonna have the charge attack now. It feels like they're dying too fast now. I'm just gonna wait a bit to make sure we actually have the time here. Yeah. Really cool. Alright. Yeah, so even if you if you miss one time, you don't get punished for that. It's like, yeah, you don't have to have a perfect timing there to make it work. Oh, alright, yeah, I like that. It's really nice to get the puzzle, the puzzle thing is a lot better now, I think. It's a bit more involved, you have to do a bit more things. It also involves the activation tool. And yeah, it feels like you have to hurry up a little bit more as well to actually get the benefit of solving the puzzle. Or doing the thing. And yeah. Cool. Now I think I'm gonna sort of what I'm gonna do. Well, there are a couple of balancing things. Like, the monsters should not be able to go into your little room. So perhaps there's going to be a fix for that. Now, I can't really sort of make this a different level than this, because when the player's pushed, you're kind of pushed down like this to make sure you go into here. The layout is such that you're always going to be pushed down here, I guess, except if you're up here. Yeah, that's a problem. Like, if you're here, you're gonna get stuck. Oh, I didn't think about that. Ooh, but maybe this is... Maybe I can make another device that is like a tile that gets pushed into the wall if it's toggled. Uh-huh. That could be kind of cool, because that could be used, I mean, elsewhere as well. Because then I can toggle this tile, so even if you stand up here, this will be toggled and you get pushed over there. Alright. Or if we could solve it some other way, maybe. But it would be cool. We need those things anyway, I think. Yeah, those are gonna be interesting. Yeah. Okay, let's just make those. Where's my... There. I mean, it's gonna be pretty simple. I'm gonna have this, but it's gonna be divided into 16 by 16. Yeah, I'm just gonna make a very simple animation. Maybe just 2-frame animation or something like that. This part, I mean, we can push this in like this. Start there, maybe. Something like this. All right, so let's go into the editor. We will make a new entity. What is this gonna be called? Like floor? Moving platform. No, there's gonna be like extending drop platform, drop floor. Yeah, drop floor, maybe drop floor. I mean, it could also technically it could be used to just block something as well, but I guess we do have doors for that. Yeah, let's just call. I don't know what to call it. I don't know what to call it. Drop floor is maybe not good though. What are those called? Like it's sort of like an extending thing that sort of disappears into the wall. Disappearing tile. I mean, it's the equivalent of in Minecraft when you have a piston that pushes something like a block, a sticky piston. It extends and then retracts. But it depends on in which direction. So now it's extending like towards the screen or whatever. And I mean, extending could also be this way. So I guess you could just call it like extending block
Z for the Z coordinate. Sure, why not? And this is 16 by 16. Whoops. Devices. This one. Alright, so we should definitely have like initial state, which is a boolean, and it should be, I guess, on, because on, I guess on could means it's extended so you can stand on it. And I think that's it. You don't really have any other state to it. You can't really interact with it directly. Okay. Right. So now we remove this, and instead we add this there. We could even have more now. We could have 2, but it's gonna be harder to get up there, I guess. But I mean, why not? It's part of the puzzle, part of the race to get up there. Okay. Also, you're gonna wonder, like, what is this? Except if you've encountered it before, I guess you don't really care. Alright, so then we will this could actually connect to these two, so it drops you down, but then you could technically be dropped down here, which is gonna be bad. Well, there's gonna be incentive to actually jump, activate, and then steer off over here. Or activate and then hold right. It could be another challenge. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Nah, let's just keep it like this. It's only used if the player is supposed to get pushed. We will activate these so that they will disappear. And yeah, let's copy these IDs. I'm just gonna say toggle floor here. Toggle floor A. And toggle floor B is this guy. Alright, so now I have those IDs. Okay, but we need to also create these. Oh yeah, and we also need animations for them, so let's create those. Extending block Z. There we go. Devices. Alright, new animation. So this is going to be extended. 16 by 16. There. That's extended. And then what's the opposite of extended? Detracted, detracted, retracted. Okay, I'm gonna Google this. Opposite of extended. Extend. What? Contracted. What? That feels like a weird hallucination from an AI. Retracted, yeah. Okay, I was right. Retracted is this. Okay. And let's add extending. So we begin there. Maybe a little bit slower. Okay. And then retracting. All right. Yeah, that's the animation. So now we need to implement it in the game code. We'll go to our dear devices. So which one could we use as a template? Maybe a door, perhaps? Because the door has sort of the same states. 4 different states. Extending block Z. Such a weird name I made up there. It's gonna be interesting to see if I actually remember what that means. Extending block Z. Okay. That's the animation done. We don't have vertical, so it's just gonna be this. And this is properties. All right. Extended block Z. You have properties. There we go. We also need properties, and we pass them in to here. I think we usually say yes. Oh. Okay.
let's change the state. So open, this should be extended, retracted, extending, retracting. If this is true, we are extended. If it's false, we are retracted. Okay. It would be nice also in the editor if we could visually see if it's extended or retracted, but we don't really have a way to do that. And it would be pretty complicated, I think. Probably. I mean, you could sort of link a bool or something to an animation name. I don't really know. Man, that's gonna be complicated to do in the UI. Like, how would you know? I guess you could begin with a system that only allows booleans to determine, okay, if it's true, then show this animation. If it's false, then show this animation. And then maybe you can extend that system later to allow for more advanced things, perhaps. Just to make it visually easier to see what's going on. Okay, so we don't have vertical. Yeah, this is just gonna be scalar 16. Or I guess it's tile size, but whatever. Animation, right? So if we are extended, actually, this is just the tag name of the state. So that's pretty simple, pretty easy. Looping, it's never looping. Right, even if it's idle or closed, it shouldn't loop. Should just be, yeah, it doesn't matter. This should all be the same. Activate, so this is kind of interesting. Like, when it's activated, at which point are you gonna be able to stand on it? Like, are you gonna be able to stand on it while it's showing the animation? Or do you have to wait until the animation is done for you to be able to stand on it? Like, what? I think while it's retracting, you should be able to stand on it because you have to sort of you can have that time to react, to jump off it. But if you're waiting for it to extend, then maybe you have to wait until it's fully extended before you can actually jump on it. I'm not sure. It doesn't make sense though. It's, you probably should be able to stand on it like, yeah. If we have a function like is solid, I guess you could say. We basically, if the state is not equal to retracted, yeah, so either it's extended, then you can stand on it. If it's playing an animation for if it's currently retracting, you can stand on it, or if it's extending, you can stand on it as well. The only thing you can't do is stand on it when it's retracted. Okay. Okay, yeah, you don't need anything there. Well, I guess the hitbox would be 0, 0 if
whatever. We're gonna have to handle it in another way. So okay, and here, like, okay, we're activating it. So if it's not equal to retract, wait, if it's not equal to, so activate should go from retracted to extended. So if it's not equal to retracted, then we don't do anything. But what if it's currently retracting? It should go to, right. So if it's extended, or if it's extending, then we return. Let's make this into a switch. Extended, extending, then we return. Retracted, retracting, then we set the state to extending. Yeah. We could even say if it's currently retracting, we set it back to extended directly. Retracting, we set it to extended. If it's retracted, we set it to extending. Okay, and deactivated is the other way around, so this would do if it's retracted, or if it's retracting, then we don't need to do anything. Otherwise, if it's extending or extended, we do retracted and retracting. You get so blind to these meanings of the words when you repeat them over and over. Yeah, retracted, extended, extending, retracting, extending, retracting, extended, retracted, extended, retracted, extending, retracting. Okay. It's just a mirror of the thing. Right, so great. Alright, so I think that should be it here. Okay, yeah, we need to add this here. Extending said, device. Alright. Right, is this the update function or what is this? Oh, handle state change. I don't think we really need to do anything. They don't really activate anything else. The only thing they're doing is, oh yeah, we need to do this, right? Yeah. Let's copy the door. It's basically the same as a door. So if, actually, we just do this. If is solid, we will have it there, yeah. I see, this is why we get this warning, because we are calling this multiple times. All right, that doesn't really matter. I just saw that message and I was wondering if it was an issue, but I don't think it's that much of a deal. Okay, so this is update. We should have an update function for that. So basically like door, except this is now extend block Z. I should sometime in the future I should put these in the actual devices themselves instead of having them here, but not right now. Not right now. Trademarked. No, just kidding. Extending block set. All right, so if it's okay, so what's gonna happen here? So we just want to know if it's currently playing the animation, and then we need to check if it's done, and we will set the state to whatever it needs to be. Okay, so if it's extended or retracted, don't do anything. If it's extending or retracting, we will do this. So we're checking, is it done? Then we say S equals retracting. If it's currently retracting, it should be set to retracted. Otherwise, it should set to extended, because then it's extending. This could also be a switch, I guess. I mean, we could just do switch on the state. Wait. Switch. Okay. Let's do switch on state. If it's retracting, we should set this to retracted. If it's extending, it should be extended. If it's extended or retracted, should be unreachable at this point. All right. I mean, we are switching here already, but yeah, okay. Expected type, door state. Oh, there we go. Very good that we caught that. Okay, unused capture. Alright, yeah, okay. Activate, yeah, you cannot activate this. With the activate controller button. Yeah, and the state of these, are they saved or not? Well, I guess technically, since they can be toggled by something else, just like doors, they should be saved as well. Yeah, okay, let's save them as well. Extending block Z, I think we called it. Extending block Z, yeah. There we go. Right, so it's gonna be like doors basically. So let's copy this. Okay, we'll add an S to match the convention here. Yeah, that's basically it. And same thing here. Let's copy the door logic. Open should be retract or extended. Closed should be retracted. Initially extended. Extending is extended or not. Yeah. So we're checking again, like, should we save the value? Is it different from the initial value? So we're saving it if it's a different. Yes. All right. Wait, was that it? That was all the errors? I feel like I'm missing something. But maybe we're not. Okay. I guess we can run and see what's happening. Oh yeah, one thing that we need to do is activate them when, or deactivate, I guess, when they should be. Oh, let's try this again. I have to look out for the project now. There we go. Oh, I got hit there. Yeah, that's also something I forgot about. We need to, okay. But you can see here that they are now entities. You can collide on them. And so when you're pushed, they should be deactivated. So if we go to forest boss, whenever the player is pushed, we should also deactivate them. Or actually, this is from the stun phase, right? Wait, yeah. The time is up. What's happening there? The time is up. We're still going to stun phase. That's right. But we're basically ending the stun phase as soon as you get down there, I think. The time, so but the time is up. We set it ends immediately, and like once you get down to the thing. Yeah, so it's in this part. When we go to the stun phase, here we will push them over, cancel this. We also want to deactivate retract floor, I guess we just call it. Now we can also extend as well. So this would be floor A is equal to utils get, and this would be floor A and B. No wait, get device. That's right, we get the device. So we have a convenience function for that. Oops. Yeah. So the first one is the entity, this one is the device. There we go. So then we will simply call deactivate on these. And this one would simply call activate. All right. Okay, so we're retracting the floor here. Then once we end up here, we extend the floor again. Yeah, so we're kind of resetting the puzzle here. We're deactivating time toggle, we're extending the floor. Yeah. I realize also that the retracting of the floor takes a little time, so this will actually make it take longer to get pushed down if you're standing up there. Okay, so if we stand up here for long enough, then we're going to see if it works. We're gonna have to wait a little bit, because the first time you have longer. Yeah, we can also test this part. You have a long time the first time to figure this out. 3 times the normal time. There we go. Did they actually retract? Okay. Let's turn on easy mode so we can test this. Okay. And now we can stand here and it should... Yeah, they were retracted. But then they're... Okay, so maybe they're like immediately extended again. And now, is it because the animation took too long to play, or is it because I did something wrong? Also, maybe the spawns, they shouldn't do damage when they're sort of currently spawning. It's just when they are completed, when they have completed the spawning, they could do damage. I'm gonna write this down here. So this one is done. Disable being damaged by spawns during spawn time. What else did I think about? I'm not sure. Okay, so that's one thing. Okay, and then what was it? What did I think about? Oh yeah, the animation. Let's look at this and see here. So we activate them. If they are this, they return. Okay. If they're currently retracting, we're setting them directly to extended. If they are retracted, we set them to extending, which means that if they're currently retracting, we just skip the animation and set them back to extended directly. Now what we could do is sort of do a switcheroo. We could also set them to extending and set the animation as well in a very specific way. But how would we do that? We would basically need to know. We would need to save some state there. We would probably need to save state that it would be cool to have that kind of thing, because then you're sort of, you can activate, deactivate, and the animation will kind of dynamically work there. So what I'm thinking is maybe you save the time from what we need is just some variable that is we can use to calculate where in the animation we are, like what progress have we made towards a complete animation. So we should say, okay, we should save the time at which we activated it, and probably the time before that as well. I think if we have those two timestamps, we can calculate what the current progress of the animation should be. It would be cool to have something like that. I'm not gonna worry about that for now, but I think for now we're just gonna set this to both of these are gonna set it back to extending. I mean, it could also be an issue somewhere else. I'm just gonna double check this. There could be an issue over here. If we're okay, so if we are extending or retracting, so if we're currently retracting, we go to retracted. If we are currently extending, we go to extended. Actually, you know what? The animations should change. I think we should remove like the first and last parts, because they represent those other states. This in between represents the moving state. So visually, when it's this, it should be, the state should be retracted. When it's this, it should be extended. It shouldn't be like this. So I'm just gonna remove these frames. From the animation. And there we go. Now, yeah, that should technically be like the same thing, like visually. Okay, let's see if we can do this. I think I'm gonna get this working and then call it a day here. Maybe I'll do the thing with the spawns as well, I think. Okay, there was a bug with the charge. I'm gonna do this once so we don't have to wait a million years. I could also, you know, change the timer, but okay. Now look at those. Okay, they immediately they still like immediately go back and forth. That's weird. Okay, let's just stand up here and see. It doesn't feel like it's even playing the animation now. And here we're just activating and deactivating, so okay, let's see if we can let's just do this. Let's just add a button or a toggle that we can press. Let's see. I'm just gonna add this here, and this will activate you. And you. Okay. And then the time, I guess 4 seconds. Okay, so now we're able to activate this. Oh, I see. Okay. So you can see the animation is actually played. That was kind of interesting, actually. You add you add the things around here that you can activate maybe to get a better point to which to kill the boss. I mean, maybe that's for something else. But weird. What if they are not activated first? Wait, I removed the thing. Oh. Well, we can just make a normal toggle, I guess, as well. Oh, but that one only has one. Oh, but let's just do that. Whatever. Sure. Let's go. Activate. Deactivate. But now we can sort of... We can do this at a rapid pace. But it still plays the animation, but I guess... Okay. Oh, but now that one is blocking. Okay. Let's try this again here. Right, but now they are deactivated. That actually increases the difficulty a little bit, but they should get activated now. But they immediately get activated. That's the weird thing. They immediately get activated. Why is that? That's so weird. That is crazy. What is happening? This should happen once. The only thing I'm thinking of is the T maybe, but we're not even using T, so it doesn't make sense anyway. Yeah, T is not even used. We're setting the state to extending. Technically, we're not doing anything different than toggling the thing from... Yeah, this is the same as using the toggle, so I don't know what's happening. Alright, I'm gonna refill my coffee here, BRB. Alright, but I really like these floors. It's, you know, it's a classic thing to have, and it makes sense in this sort of machine device thing that we have as well. It might not, you know, take this form in the final product, but I think logically it's a cool thing to have. I'm just not sure why this is happening. Like, it's just like an animation bug, but it's a bit annoying. Like, why is this happening? It's like, I don't understand. But they should definitely be extended at first, so let's change this back here.
And let's also change the timer. So we can say the time. Where's the regeneration time thing? Let's change this to like 2 seconds. So it should be like 6 seconds to wait now. Yeah, that is so strange. Also, why is the charge full? I don't understand, like, why? It's just, it's really not that important, but it's annoying. I don't really understand. I want to understand why it's happening. Like, it doesn't really affect much. It's just a visual bug, but it's... I mean, it might be something deeper for, like, the bug. Like, it might be hidden somewhere. That might be an issue later as well. So that's why I want to figure it out now as well. Ooh, I just thought of something. Maybe it would be cool if this part, like the machinery part up here, is like hidden behind some sort of fog of war. So when you go in here, you don't really see this part. It's like hidden, right? And then when the first time you get knocked back out, this reveals this machinery. And so, yeah, and then this door opens. So it could be pretty cool if you first you don't see this, so that your eyes don't really have to stare at this and figure out what's happening here. Instead, you're just looking at the boss and figuring that out. Also, maybe the boss should be more over here. I'm not sure. It just feels so cramped over here. Like you're entering, then the boss is here. I guess it kind of makes a little bit of sense because it's blocking you, but it doesn't really feel like a boss room. It feels more like, I don't know, and I don't know, some sort of monster event or something. But yeah, so what do I think now? And then maybe you're wondering, what the hell is this? Maybe this should be also this. And it's like retracted first. And the background could be a bunch of these. Ooh, that might be interesting. Like a bunch of these retracted. So the background is like, yeah, and then one of them extends and now we can jump up. Maybe we don't even need the door here in that case.
All right, but yeah, like I'm not sure about the fog of war. Could try it, I guess. Fog of war is interesting in the editor as well, because it's like this tiny little thing. You have to sort of know where to click to select it. There we go. And then we scale it up, so let's just start by making it a little bit bigger here. Alright. Why is it like 1 pixel off? What the hell? That's weird. Okay, so we should extend it, I don't know, 42. 58. Wait. 158 over 16 is, okay, so what is it, 160? Okay, so it's 160. There we go. It's still like 1 pixel off. I'm really annoyed by that. But it should be like sort of over here, maybe hiding this as well. So we need what, 1, 2, 3 more. So 160 plus 3 times, no, 60, 208. Okay. All right, and then we have to create one more. The only, yeah, the issue now is like, okay, this, yeah, that's the issue. Like, I can't select this now. Why is it 1 pixel off? That didn't happen before. So you don't really see anything behind. Maybe we should make these transparent. Like in the entity type. I don't know. Okay, how does this look now actually? Yeah, it does correspond to that, so okay, let's move this out. Let's move you like that. There we go. All right. Defeat those, and then you're like, oh, I'm pushed back here, what's happening now? And then this is open now, and so when you get pushed over there, we reveal this. Okay, you know what? I'm not gonna do that right now because this feels like, whoops, oh man, I deleted the thing. Okay, I won't save it, I'll just exit. There we go, because it's gonna get a new entity ID and I have to remap. Okay, so I won't do that right now because that feels like a polishing thing, and we don't even have like animation for the boss or anything yet. What I was thinking is maybe this Fog of War is like, it has an animation as well, which is like a big machine that's sort of running, and this creature is sort of connected to the machine somehow. But then you go in here and you do this kind of weird thing. You're using the machine to destroy the boss. Yeah, that was the kind of idea. So that this could be covered by some sort of machine animation. And once you get pushed here, you have to jump into the machine, and that's like where the Fog of War sort of, yeah, it opens up and you can go in and do your solve the puzzle in here, then go back and kill the boss. All right, that was kind of idea. Right, so we still have the issue with I have no idea why it's happening, but I'm just gonna not worry about that for now. I think this is like the last part that I really want to solve, like disable being damaged by spawns, like, because right now you're over here and you're like, okay, let's say you defeated these two, but you don't really want to move into the center because you're still gonna get damaged by the spawns. So now in this case you have to wait for this thing to get around. So I'm not sure if I want to have it like that, if I want to have the spawns damage you as they spawn, or if they're gonna have like a cooldown when they are spawned. I don't know. Also, yeah, okay, another thing as well. So when you are over here, like the boss fight is, you know, it's functioning as usual. However, if you jump, whoops. If you jump over here, well, the projectile still goes to the left. So also what's happening? Okay, you still get pushed over there. So what I'm thinking is either we say, okay, you can't go over to the right, or if you somehow manage to get over there, I'm gonna do a question mark for that. Okay, another thing is make boss projectiles shoot in direction of player, and one last thing is make sure spawns don't get stuck in the left corner when the door is closed, so you don't end up with a bunch of spawns in there, because then you're taking like damage without, you know, it shouldn't be like that. So I think either we could do it, the door is closed, or the spawns just don't go in there, they are just gonna turn around at that point. Could be something that we can do. So I think after I've done these changes and maybe increase difficulty after the first, like we are sort of increasing the difficulty, but not during the active phase. The active phase is like the first phase where it's shooting at you and spawning spawns. After you hit the boulder the first time, or, well, I think a more reasonable thing would be
after the hit points have hit like 50%, then we up the difficulty to the next. Like, we don't enter a new phase, but we up the difficulty. So maybe the spawns get stronger, or the projectiles get faster. The projectiles spawn, like, shoot faster or more often. Something like that. Maybe it starts to shoot 2 projectiles instead of 1. Something like that. And then you have to sort of dodge in another way. Yeah, so that would be something here. So increase difficulty after 50%. Increase rate of shooting. Double shoot 2 projectiles at the same time. Stronger spawns. Something else. Like something with the puzzle. Like the timer already is increased after the first time you solve it. But then this would increase the difficulty of the actual fight in some way. Alright, but yeah, that's gonna be enough for this time. I think these things, like this, we will have to sort of think about. I think I'm leaning towards the projectiles. And maybe the boss will start regenerating the whole time. Maybe, yeah, spawning. Okay. Spawning more often and always regenerating. So basically the boss is continually consuming the spawns to regenerate. It's not regenerating by much, but it's gonna feel, yeah, it's but then since it's regenerating, it's consuming the spawns, so they die quicker. So we could increase the number of spawns as well if we're gonna do that. So we could do that and the projectiles. I'm leaning towards the projectiles and that, maybe. Unless I think about something else. I also thought about the heads or the orbs. Maybe they could start attacking you and you have to sort of back off or dodge them as well. Something like that. Like they retract. One of them moves forward to attack you. And then you have a little bit of opportunity to attack it as well. Something like that. Orb attacks. Yeah. Because that will also feel like something new is happening in the fight as well. I'm just not sure exactly how I want it to work, but yeah, that could be it. So once we have the increasing difficulty after 50%, the spawns don't get stuck, the projectiles shoot in the direction of the player, and also all the other attacks, like the orb attacks, potentially. And maybe this one. Then I feel like the boss fight is complete after that. I feel like it's done. Which is really nice, because then I can start working on perhaps the graphics for it. And just, yeah, make it look nice. Yeah. And also figure out, okay, what's gonna happen after the boss is dead. Like, what are the rewards? What's gonna happen? Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be cool. Alright. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this time. So thank you very much for those who joined me here. And thank you for watching. And I wish you a nice day. And I'll see you later.